Cincinnati for Game 2 between the Nats and the Reds. Steven Strasburg looks to improve on his perfect record and be the first to reach 10 wins.
Hoping to get this one in Cincinnati. The riverboats roll by on the Ohio. It's Game 2 of the 3-game weekend series. The tarp was put on. Minutes later, it was taken right back off the infield. So, hopefully starting on time and getting Game 2 in. We don't want any interruptions the way Steven Strasburg's pitching. Bob and FP, I know there's a lot of numbers around what Steven's doing right now. But, partner, it's all about winning ball games. He's doing it, and the team's doing it when he's pitching.
Yeah, he's been a road warrior, too. He's been doing it at home, doing it on the road. 5-0 with a 1.64 ERA on the road this year. So, doesn't matter where he's been, it hasn't phased him. Look at the numbers. 12 straight wins by a starter. 9-0 record to begin the season. 15 straight team wins. That's a franchise record. So, whatever he does, it's been great this year. And he's done it all on the road. When you look at what he's done this year against St. Louis, 7 strong, 9 strikeout, 2-run effort. That was a win. Then Kansas City, another good ball club, defending world champions, 6 innings, 7 strikeouts, 2 runs in a win. And then he moves on to the New York Mets, where he's always pitched well. 6 innings, 1 run, 10 strikeout effort. Doesn't matter where he is this year on the road. 40 strikeouts, 8 walks for Steven Strasburg. But, Carp, this is the first hitter's ballpark that he's pitched in this year. We'll see how he responds.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. So 5-0 on the road with a really great ERA. Note the home runs allowed. If he gets through with this place and still has a 0, that's telling you something. Another thing about Steven Strasburg, the fact that he's using all of his pitches, he's added to his repertoire this year, and I would have hated to be those Royals trying to hit him in a day game in Kansas City.
No, and you're right. He has used all his pitches. The slider's the key, and remember, the Reds haven't seen that slider yet, so you can watch it on video all you want, but until you get in that batter's box, see it with your own eyes, it's a different story.
So it's the battery on center stage for this late afternoon game, because his partner, Wilson Ramos, is hitting the ball like crazy as well. 342 lately, 387 the on-base percentage, 8 for his last 15. The Buffalo and Strasburg, a tough duo to deal with.
Park for Game 2 of the 3-game set. Steven Strasburg all loose, ready to go. Now, I want to show you something I think is really cool. We talk about release points in the window where you pick up pitchers. Let's check out every Nats pitcher's release point. There's Max Scherzer, the low 3/4 release. Kind of what you'd see if you were hitting against Max Scherzer. So that's what it looks like if you're playing every day. You can slow it down, you pick up the window. And the second one is what it looks like maybe when you're not playing every day. It speeds up. There's Steven Strasburg a little more up top on the release. That's a true 3/4 release. He gets a little arm side run on his fastball. And here it is, what you'd see regular speed if you're a hitter. So check the first two guys. Now we'll go to Gio Gonzalez. He's more of a traditional 3/4 guy. That's a 3/4 release point. And as a hitter, that's exactly where I'm looking to find the baseball as quickly as I can to pick up ball strike, rotation, seams, pitch. So when you go up there the first time against these guys, this is what you're looking for. Where's his release point? Where am I looking? Right there. Tanner Roark on top. He's more of a over-the-top guy. You see, he has the highest release point of all the Nats pitchers. So there's his window where as a hitter I'm looking. Here it is, full speed. Good luck with that if you're standing in the box. And then Joe Ross, he's on top too. See the crossfire action where he's stepping across his body, throwing across his body, but to get the sink on that fastball, he's more on top to get that true sink and the slider he throws. So we're going to show them to you all at once. Check out Max Scherzer all the way on the left. That's a low 3/4 release point. Steven Strasburg a little more on top. Gio 3/4, Tanner Roark on top, and Joe Ross on top. So if you're facing the Nats starters and you're hitting against them, that's what you'd see if you're in the batter's box, and that's stuff that you miss as a hitter. Good stuff, guys. Coming back with the first pitch lineups, and I always want to say this, Nats, Reds, next.
For the achiever in you. And by Ocean City, Maryland. Let us show you a good time in Ocean City, Maryland. Book now at OCOcean.com. From the Pilot House out in center field, great look across the Ohio. And here's Bryce Harper. In the lineup today, he'll be hitting third. Little ritual dance, pregame dance with Gio. So right now, quite muggy, 74%, 77 is the temperature. Cloudy skies. We have dodged the showers and keeping our fingers crossed for the rest of the day into the evening. Wilson Ramos likes Great American Ballpark. He's hit over 350 here career. Couple of doubles, the homers, the RBIs in just 10 ball games. So pretty much the regular lineup in there today. Clint Robinson, of course, at first base for Ryan Zimmerman. The Nats, for the first time, will face 27-year-old right-hander Dan Straley. Previous big league time with Oakland, the Cubs, and Houston.
Yeah, last start at Colorado, he was the 11-8 winner. 6 innings, 5 runs on 8 hits. Struck out 4, walked 3 through 99 pitches. So fastball, slider, curveball to complement the fastball. The fastball is only averaging 89 miles an hour. He's a guy that has to keep the ball down to be successful. And get this, opponents are only hitting .209 against Dan Straley this year. And here's the defense for the Reds behind Straley. Duvall, Hamilton, Bruce the outfield. Cozart, Suarez left side. Phillips, Votto right side. And Tucker Barnhart behind the plate.
Tucker Barnhart is a former teammate of a Nat. That would be Drew Storen from Brownsburg, Indiana. As a freshman and a sophomore, he caught
Drew's junior and senior seasons. So here's Ben Revere walking to the plate. 16 hits, his first 100 at bats. Behind the plate today, 7th year in the big leagues, is Corey Blazer. Doug Eddings at first. The crew chief Jeff Nelson is at second base today, and Laz Diaz over at third. The Nats have lost 6 out of the last 7 to the Reds. Going back to the start of last year, Cincinnati playing better baseball. They've won 5 out of 7, trying to get their home record a little closer back to the 500 mark. They're 13-15 here. Only one national in the lineup has faced Straley before, and that's Daniel Murphy. And we're underway right on time at 4:10. Ball 1. Revere stops his swing. It's a strike anyway. Jason Worth in the number 2 hole tonight. Trey Turner was there last evening. Jason had that home run in 4 trips. Straley's given up 7 home runs on the year, and Revere takes one upstairs 2-2.
Trey with a scheduled day off today after being on base 4 times last night.
Nothing will wear out a 20-something like that. 2-2, and Revere hanging in there, fouls it off to the left.
Pretty good day. Career high 3 hits for Trey Turner. Walk, on base 4 times.
Straley's control numbers: 56 strikeouts, 27 walks, 60 innings, and Revere launches one to right center. After it, Hamilton, and Billy Hamilton will make an amazing catch, and then smashing into the wall with his spikes. If he doesn't make that play, Ben Revere might circle the bases.
We can kind of see this develop, and this ball was in the air for a long time, and with Billy Hamilton's speed, if any ball has air under it, he's going to run it down. And that was no fear by Billy Hamilton. He can't take his eye off the baseball. That just has to be course knowledge right there. His own ballpark, feel your cleats on the track. Left his feet, so the impact was not as great against the wall, and obviously Dan Straley appreciating what he's seeing, and Billy Hamilton with the tip of the cap to the home fans here after a great play to rob Ben Revere. Wow.
Well, we'll have to talk to Marty Brenneman or somebody around here to see if he's ever made a better play than that. Here's Worth hitting .225. Jason, .271 his last 19 games, in front of Harper today.
Tell you what, Ben Revere needs to change it up. Something. And walk a different way to the ballpark. Put his socks on a different way. Something.
Got ball cutting to the outside edge. 2-1 to Jason Worth. Swing and a miss, and things are even.
Well, I think this was the 9th pitch of the at-bat. Jason Worth having a nice battle. Finally gets a fastball from Brandon Finnegan away. He tried to hit his teammates in the bullpen. I wonder if they were doing that 3-finger deal out there.
Yeah, it's one of Worth's 3 home runs in his last 19 games. Somebody got the baseball finally. And that was a big, slow 74, and Worth just couldn't wait long enough.
Yeah, the curveball average is 74. Slider 10 miles an hour faster at 84. Change up around 83, and Jason Worth catches this one out front.
Yeah, he went outside the zone to get that one last night.
It's an 8th pitch.
Another big slow curve, and Worth enough of it to get it out over the Reds dugout.
Comes pitch number 8 right here.
Fastball buzzes the outside edge, 2 outs. Jason, a word for Corey Blazer as he departed. Mercedes-Benz will track.
Well, he tried to run back the 2-seamer, but didn't come back. You look where Tucker Barnhart's setting up, might be off the plate, and it was.
Into the shift goes the Cincinnati defense as Bryce Harper steps in, 1 for 4 last night.
There's 4 guys, and maybe Ryan Zimmerman, who's at home right now, that when they argue a call before pitch track, I already know that it's a ball. And that's the guy in the batter's box right now, Jason Worth, Clint Robinson, and Daniel Murphy. Tremendous knowledge of the strike zone. So when they argue, or at least look at an umpire, you know before you see the replay they were right. Ryan's the same way.
1-1 pitch with 2 outs. Well outside to Bryce. Yeah, Ryan, one of our favorite replays of the year, going ball, 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 ball. Is that in Chicago?
Yeah, and he was right.
Yes, he was. Harper high in the air to left. Adam Duvall, the left fielder, a ways to go. Plenty of time for that one. And an amazing play by Billy Hamilton highlights a scoreless first inning for Dan Straley. At the ballpark.
That's a game face right there. He's ready. Call him up.
All right, guys. You got Strasburg out there taking on the Reds. Here's the lineup. And the big story, of course, one of the big stories for the Reds this year, Adam Duvall. 29 extra base hits. Second in the league. And he leads all National League outfielders in extra base hits. You know a lot of these other guys. Saw plenty of them last night. And then the catcher, Tucker Barnhart. Strasburg against Cincinnati, career 1-1 in 4 starts.
Yeah, last start the fastball averaged 95, slider 91, curveball 81, changeup 88. 5-0 with the 1.64 ERA on the road this year. 40 strikeouts, 8 walks in the gray uniform.
And a leadoff guy stepping in who's having a pretty good run right now, Zach Cozart, on a 5-game hitting streak, hitting .310. Outside. He's 0 for 6 though against the Nats right-hander. He's making a strong comeback from a horrific injury last year when he tore his ACL and the biceps tendon in his right knee on June 11th and never played the rest of the year.
Yeah, kind of lunged at the first base bag running down the first baseline, hit the base funny.
That ball cutting away. 2 balls, 1 strike. Maybe elevated a bit. Reds are 10th in the league in batting average. Like the Nats, 8th in runs. Each team has scored 235, and they're in the top 5 in home runs. A formidable offensive ball club, but beatable because of their pitching staff. We'll see how that shakes out. Joey Votto's on a 5-game streak right behind Cozart. What a changeup. How about the dive on that 90? And Strasburg edging closer to 1,000 career strikeouts.
Yeah, just turns it over. Goes from what, 95, 96 to 90. Cozart way out front. Good late movement. Nice way to start this game up.
8 more Ks to reach 1,000 for Steven. That's his 91st of the year. He's 5th in strikeouts, and here's Joey Votto. Count goes to 2-0 on Votto, who has walked 31 times this year. On base percentage way above his batting average. And
his mannerisms the last 2 days are a little different from what we've seen in the past. He's telling himself stay through it. No, stay through it. Stay through it.
I know in the old days there used to be player managers. Evidently these days we have a player hitting coach in there. Shift on, short right field, Daniel Murphy. Strasburg feeling that changeup early.
Looks like a good mound to me.
That's a tapper. Charging Danny Espinosa from a short second base position. 2 down.
There's the Nats defense behind Steven Strasburg. Worth, Revere, Harper, your outfield. Espinosa, Rendon, left side. Murphy, Robinson, right side. And Wilson, Ramos behind the plate. And the reason I say that mound looks good, Carb, you talk about Steven Strasburg's perfect 5-0 record on the road this year. You have to deal with different surfaces, different heights.
Yeah.
You know, maybe the way each mound is different. You know, in your home mound, that's like your glove. You go home, you know how the mound's going to be, the makeup of the dirt, the surface. On the road, it's different every time for these guys. So it's like the infield to the infielder.
Brandon Phillips, big hit. Second time up last night. The 2-run second inning single doubled the Reds' lead. They never looked back in winning that game 7-2. We got some hot hitters. Phillips on a 7-game streak with 10 base hits. Perfect location by Strasburg with 96. That's a fair ball. Long throw for Rendon. And then casually catching it and getting back to the bag, Clint Robinson. No panic there. 14 pitches first inning for Steven Strasburg. Looking sharp. Turner last night didn't take him long. He was the second man up in the ball game. Base hit to left. He took it right from there.
Yeah, throw him right in there. See what he could do. Walked his second time up. You saw the double his third time up. Then Tapper back up the middle, fourth time up. So 3 for 3, career high in hits, on base 4 times, and doing that number 7 proud.
Murphy, the only net who's faced Straley before. 0 for 3 he is against him. Reds play a shift on Daniel, who had a rare 0 for last night. 0 for 4. 3 ground balls to the right side and a swinging strikeout. Still a healthy lead over everybody else. 4th day of June. 45-point lead in the batting race. Long way to go. And a 2-1 pitch. Murphy hits a rocket foul. Look out. Far and away the leader in hits as well. A full 9 out of Arizona's Gene Segura. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Top of the second. Murphy launches one way foul. Where's that coming down?
Third deck, right at the corner.
And then all the way down to the field level seats.
Buffalo moving up in the order.
I'd call that a suitable replacement for Ryan Zimmerman in the number 5 hole for now. Till Ryan gets back. Off speed upstairs. Murphy works it full. Daniel doesn't walk much. 10 walks. .419 on base percentage. 5th in the league. He goes the other way. And Adam Duvall just cruising back a bit. 4 straight for Straley to start the game.
Well, the Buffalo's been locked in all season long, whether it's the LASIK surgery or maybe he has an angel on his shoulder. I don't know, but he has been as good as we've ever seen him. He leads all catchers with a .342 average, a .387 on base percentage, a .546 slugging percentage, and 29 RBI. And the stat I like the best, he has the fewest strikeouts of any catcher, just 19. So he's seeing the baseball, he's putting it in play, and he's making good decisions. And he's an all-star, so vote for him.
Breaking ball for a strike. Ramos drawing 11 walks and finding ways to get on base despite being a big power guy. And that ball is hit well to the right center gap. I know Billy Hamilton can't get it, and neither can Jay Bruce. So Wilson Ramos rumbles into second base with another extra base hit. He had one down the left field line off the bench last night. And there he is at second.
Well, right on cue, Wilson. We just showed the highlight package and you just added to it. Nicely done. There goes the no-hitter, Buffalo style. You know, like your wings. There it goes in the gap. So Carp's got the calculator out. What's that? 342. Now it's 346. I'm just going to guess, but it's on the scoreboard, so I'm kind of lying.
And I'm going to up that on base percentage to 392.
There was a time last year when Wilson Ramos's on-base percentage was lower than his batting average. You remember that? And we were trying to figure out how that was, and it had to do with sac flies or something. I don't know.
That's right, sac fly. It's a mystery that lingers to this day.
Yeah, I don't remember figuring it out. I just said, okay, the people that do the stats are way smarter than me.
Rendon trying to rifle one to right field. Pretty good cut right there. So the Nats have had some good swings here, most notably Revere and Ramos. Anthony Rendon's been on base 22 of his last 26 games. So I've been tracking his on base percentage too. It got up over 350 last week. He's at 356 right now. 0-2 with one out. He didn't chase. Clint Robinson is on deck in that number 7 spot. That ball was hanging up and in, and he hangs one to left field. See you later. Rendon's 5th of the year makes it 2-0 Washington.
But kind of backed up and he got on top of it. 5th home run of the year for Anthony Rendon. And Jose Lobaton going to take the lid off.
Big league hitters usually don't miss those, and he just hit it extremely hard. So here's Clint Robinson again. Just showed him on deck, and he steps in. That's up 2-0 now. Rendon took a 1-2 pitch out of here. Remember, he didn't bite on the 0-2 breaking ball. Robinson, diving stop by Joey Votto, throws it behind Straley, who stretches out and makes a good play himself. So the Reds throwing some gloves at the Nats so far, but now let's go back to Rendon.
Watch the pitch. I think it was supposed to be maybe a changeup. Whatever it was, it came right back on the barrel of Anthony Rendon. He didn't miss it. I figure out why I'd throw him a changeup right there, but either way, 2-0 Nats. Tony Fourbags. Hit speed 97 miles an hour. No, you're supposed to drink it.
Nationals' 73rd home run of the year. It's number 2 behind the Mets' 76. St. Louis hasn't hit any in a couple of days. They were still sitting on 72 coming into this Saturday. And Espinosa steps in, hitting .213 left-handed, 197 overall. Joey Votto will cut it off and feed it to the pitcher. Nice inning for the Nats, though. Wilson Ramos opposite field double to the gap. Anthony Rendon gets a hanger. He hangs it. Anthony bangs it, and the Nats 2-0. Rendon now 17 RBIs.
This is all you need to know, and just soak the rest of it in. Bryce with the boombox on his shoulder. That's fantastic. There you go. That's all you need to know. 80s night. And the Nats are having that viewing party at the ballpark tonight. So just hello, everybody at Nats Park. We want to say hello. Wondering how those $5 Budweisers are going down. And if you can hear us and the volume is on, send me a tweet.
We hope you made plenty of noise during that home run.
Yeah, I'm sure they did. They're all laying on the outfield, checking it out on the big screen. Saw a pitcher already, so it looks like they're having fun at home.
Bottom of the second, Bruce, Duvall, and Suarez. Strasburg first inning, 14 pitches, 9 strikes. Jay Bruce steps in hitting .269. And against Strasburg, pretty good numbers, limited sample, 3 for 7, 2 batted in. He takes that curveball and brings it in from outside. That ball driven to left center. Worth can only watch it out of here by Jay Bruce. His 12th of the year. 2-1 ball game. So that's the first road homer given up by Steven Strasburg.
Jay Bruce is locked in. And we talked about it last night. The one guy you got to be careful with. It was a 90-mile-an-hour changeup that he just reaches out and taps to left center field. Didn't have a good sound. Doesn't matter. I was thinking it with Anthony Rendon at his home run. I'll say it after Jay Bruce's. This is arena baseball because I don't think either one of those are out at Nats Park.
Adam Duvall seeing Strasburg for the first time. Strike inside edge. That's a 406 home run, 6-foot home run to the opposite field. Changeup for the strikeout. Second of the day. 1 out, second inning.
Right back in the strike zone, not phased. Same pitch that was hit out. He throws it again, gets a strikeout. You're going to give up a few here. You just hope they're solo shots and you don't let anybody on for free in front of them. That's how it goes in this yard.
That one sliding in for a strike to Suarez. He had a big night last night, 3 for 4, and then Revere had to go to the wall to take another extra base hit away from him. On the edge. Heater perfect. 0-2.
How many home runs would Giancarlo Stanton hit if he was a Red?
I'd say he probably hit about 35 here. And then we'll see how many he would hit on the road.
I'm going to say 200. Maybe 250 if he's locked in. I mean, he shanks him out to in Miami to right field. Mishits balls into their bullpen.
0-2 with 1 out. Swing and a miss. Strasburg blows 95 past Eugenio Suarez.
Goes with the heater right here, just a little elevation, and Eugenio can't catch up.
There's Billy Hamilton, who's already cost the Nats at least a run tonight. He had a base hit in 4 trips yesterday. Some of the better hitting of his career over the last couple of weeks at 305. It's a 242 career hitter. He's at 255 for the season.
Heating up last 5 games.
Curveball drops in there.
4 of those were in Colorado. I was watching some video on him earlier today, and he did bring a bump with him towards second base for a base hit.
Turns over the changeup, and Ramos had to go backhand to catch it.
I'd love to know the percentage of sliders Steven Strasburg has thrown to lefties this year. I don't remember him throwing too many. But you feel like it would be a good pitch off a fastball in, and then you're thinking it's another fastball, and it breaks out your back knee.
Wow, he turns over the changeup, strikes out the side after the home run. Strasburg at 995 strikeouts. Jay Bruce's 12th homer of the year. Going opposite field makes it closer. And then it was Adam Duvall, Eugenio Suarez, and Billy Hamilton. Strasburg about to be the leadoff man.
Just a reminder, as you enjoy a cold one tonight, look forward to Miller Time later in the ballgame. That is brought to you by Miller Lite.
First 2 innings, 35 pitches, 23 strikes for Dan Straley. Strasburg pretty close to that at 33 and 22. 5 for 28 on the year. Outfield has Steven Plate straight away. Fastball right in there. And this one slicing opposite field into the seats. Two, nobody out. Levels off and fouls that one off. That was a line shot on a breaking pitch. I mean, the ball is jumping off everything today. The bat, fans' hands trying to get these line drives.
Bridges.
Lively day at the yard here in Cincinnati. Strauss is going to make Straley work hard to get him out, if he does. And that's a two-hopper to the shortstop, Zach Kozar. Ben Revere back in there, hit the ball well first time up. Dan has more.
Bob, with Ben Revere struggling a bit of late, Dusty Baker called Revere into his office today and told him, make your at-bats quality at-bats. Your job is to get on base and score runs. You can't do it all right away. You can't get 8 hits and 4 at-bats. Just be a little more patient. And Dusty said he's actually worried that the home run that Ben hit a couple weeks ago might have done more damage than good. He doesn't want Revere developing home run-itis, as he called it. Wants him hitting the ball on the ground, using the whole field, and getting on base any way possible.
Yeah, 1 home run this year, just 5 in his big league career. Ground balls, line drives, what the Nats are looking for. The curveball stays upstairs.
Just think, if he hits the ball up the middle the other way, low or on the ground, that's when he's at his best. If he makes Zach Kozar move 2 or 3 steps to his right, it's a hit. Especially with every third baseman playing in on the grass, he has that whole left side. A lot of times your timing's off, you get down late, and what you do when your foot gets down late, you come around the baseball, you end up pulling it on the ground.
Yeah, Rick Shue waiting for his leadoff guy to do what we know he can do. And taking a base on balls isn't a bad start either. Making the pitcher throw strikes, it's 3-1. Revere has walked 6 times, struck out 13. All right. He's aboard with 1 out with Jason Worth and Harper, the next 2.
What, dollar ice cream? Weather's finally heating up, cooled down with $1 ice cream night, courtesy of Good Humor. Come to the ballpark on Tuesday, June 14th, 7:05 start against the Cubbies. $1 Good Humor ice cream novelty. Some restrictions apply. Visit Nationals.com/tickets. Turbo Rocket. He'll be there. That's Trey Turner, folks. He's sitting in the stands today.
Could be. Ben Revere, 4 attempted steals. He's been successful twice. Career 178 bags. A lot of ground ball room. Jason Worth, right side. Curveball well outside.
When has Jason been the hottest this year? When Ben Revere gets on first base. There's no coincidence between the two. Or there is a coincidence between the two. You know what I mean. Ben gets on, Jason gets more fastballs. And on top of that, sometimes the focus is on the guy in first, not the guy in the box. The only thing is, when Ben starts getting on a regular basis, cancel dinner reservations.
It can take a while to score runs. That's fine. Worth having what appears to be a cordial conversation with Corey Blazer. It wasn't that way when he walked away from strike 3 last time that we tracked outside. Target away. Revere running. Barnhart, what a throw. Right on the bag. Ben Revere is out. Tucker Barnhart 8 for 32 now against opposing base runners, and that was a bullet.
Well, that was great footwork by Tucker Barnhart. Watch how quick he gets rid of it. I mean, right on the money. Self-made tag. Brandon Phillips didn't have to do a thing. Watch the feet. Boom. Right over the top. Just got rid of it. Didn't try to throw it as hard as he can. Just get rid of it. Get it out of your hand. And got Ben Revere by a good step.
Counts 1-1 to Jason Worth. And he lays off the curveball. Upstairs with 90. Jason Worth strikes out for the second time. On to the bottom of the third. It's still 2-1 Nats.
Inning. Calling all Hokies and Wahoos. Wednesday, June 29th is our second annual College Rivalry Day. The purchase of a special ticket, enjoy pregame activities, and get a reusable Nationals acrylic cup in your school's colors. I believe it's those thingies to the right. Visit nationals.com/college rivalry day for tickets.
Rivals getting together for one common cause, though, and that's to root for the home team. So here's Tucker Barnhart. Hitting .242, homer, 9 RBIs, .240 career hitter in his third year with the Reds. Here's your to lefties chart. Showed him the 0-2 fastball upstairs.
Lefties are hitting just 177 off that arsenal you just saw.
Barnhart facing Strasburg, first time. 2-2 pitch. He drives that fastball the other way. Hit it well, sliced into the seats.
Trying to think of major leaguers with the first name of Tucker, and I'm just drawing blanks.
That's a breaking ball that'll send you walking back to the dugout. Number 5 for Strasburg, 4 in a row, and now 4 away from 1,000.
Pitcher locked him up, and I think when you talk about Steven Strasburg this year and the last 12 wins that he's had in a row, it's throwing his pitches for strikes when he wants to, but even more importantly, throwing pitches for balls when he wants to. He wanted to throw that curveball for a strike. He hadn't seen it yet, so he broke it out and locked him up. If he shows you the curveball early for a strike, he'll throw it for a ball late, but Barnhart hadn't seen it.
Here's Dan Straley. In his career, 0 for 18. 15 of those at-bats this season. Most of his early career as a starter. When he began the season in the Reds bullpen, he was a long man for them for a while this year. And he'll just walk away, kind of like his battery mate did. And Strasburg has fanned 5 in a row. 6 on the game.
Picking his brain, right? Max Scherzer talking about pitch, and he sees his right hand. He's talking about certain pitches to certain hitters and the way maybe you're setting them up. And then pretty soon he's going to say, "Beat it, kid. You're bothering me."
Soak it in, Trey. Top of the order is Zach Cozart. He started the game by striking out swinging. Steven, a nice work rate today, getting it back from Ramos, ready in a hurry. Battery has a good tempo going here. That fly ball to right will play for Bryce Harper. Strasburg a 1-2-3, bottom of the 3rd. Bryce is ahead, top 4.
Dying to see him. Buffalo stay hot, hitting 5th today. He broke up the no-hitter with a double in the 2nd. So a Buffalo with a double and an ant with a homer. Ants are the strongest insects, right? So that's where we're at. 2-0 Nats. A Buffalo and an ant accounted for both runs.
They're tough to get rid of, I know that. And so is Anthony Rendon, the way he is swinging. Up 4th in this inning if the guys keep it going. Harper, Murphy, and Ramos. Bryce 1 for 5 in the series so far. Shift on, Phillips in right. And Bryce lays off a fastball up and away. So what do you throw after you've shown him 2 heaters and missed?
Homer. Throw Homer. Right down the middle. Or a changeup.
3-0.
Everybody but pitchers should have the 3-0 green light in this ballpark, and maybe even some pitchers.
Not even close. They walk Harper on 4. When you have insight, you know how to handle your finances with confidence. It's all brought to you by PNC Bank. For the achiever in you. An example of the talent the Nats have in the organization. Brian Goodwin, slugging great, good average, 25 years of age. Matt Skoll, hot lately. He's 26. Austin Voth, we heard his name invoked a lot when Strasburg signed his contract extension, when guys were talking about some of the talent on the way in the organization.
25, 26 in AAA. That speaks to the talent at the big league level. There's nowhere to go. Guys putting up numbers in the minor leagues, but where are you going to put them?
It appears nobody will be taking over second base anytime soon. Murphy fly ball to left first time. Second walk in the last 3 batters by Dan Straley. The sun is out in Cincinnati.
Wait, what?
It's all right. Bryce 7 of 11 running this year. Joey Votto was well off the bag. Had to move to his left to receive that throw. Murphy didn't quite get it. Bruce short of the track for the first out. Reds pitchers have been pounding the Nats inside in this series. Let's check in with Wilson Ramos now, who's even hotter, 9 for his last 16. So among catchers, second in hits, top 3 in homers, first in everything else. All brought to you by Jeep. Ramos staying on the ball beautifully last time. Double to right center. His 11th 2-bagger of the year. Harper running, and he is out. The Nats have 3 runners caught stealing in this series. Rendon picked off last night, and Tucker Barnhart working with Straley 2 for 2 today.
Tucker Barnhart just getting rid of it quick. Decent jump by Bryce, but you see the throw right on the bag again. Very close at second, but I watched Bryce just run off the bag, so that'll tell you that he knew he was out. I think the Nats are taking a look at it. That's why we haven't resumed play. Did his hand get in there? I always go by the guy's body language. Bryce just jumped off the bag real quick.
Close.
Close.
Closer than it appeared, and now Dusty says play on. When you're behind by a run, late innings, you need that bag. You pretty much have to challenge it, but maybe not at this stage of the game when you're ahead. Wilson Ramos has driven himself in 7 times this year. And he jacks one to left. Back to grab it, Adam Duvall. Wilson Ramos locked in. Reds up the middle defense pretty good today.
third in the MVP versus Joey Votto struggling. So this is Joey last season. Check out the stance, a little more upright, not really choked up on the bat. A little bit, but this is yesterday Joey Votto. A little more crouched. Check out how far choked up he is on the bat. Okay, roll it, guys. One last season on the left, one this season on the right. Kind of see the difference in the swings. We'll show you one from the side, same way. And Joey Votto last season. Check out the stance, a little more upright, not as choked up. This is last night against Gio on the right. Way choked up in more of a crouch. It's more pronounced when you see it from the center field camera. That's why we're showing you both angles. But, you know, a guy that's one of the best hitters in baseball, really searching right now, trying to find his swing with a different stance, choking up a little bit more, kind of sticking his nose in there, grinding out at-bats this year, trying to figure it out.
Yeah, it looks like he went from Babe Ruth to Ty Cobb there, from power to trying to make contact. Do something with it. Well done, Mass and crew. Bottom of the fourth, Joey Votto. 1 ball, 1 strike. Bounced one right into the shift first time to Danny Espinosa. Inside the numbers from Jeep. So the batting average way down, 70 points or so. On base percentage over 100. On base percentage plus slugging. Really no comparison between 15 and 16. Kind of gets around that one. Ball keeps carrying, but Harper is there. That's how small this ballpark plays. Joey Votto really reaching for that. 10 feet farther, it's a tie game.
And when they were building this, I don't know the history, maybe somebody can help me out. Did they build this ballpark and say it's going to be a launchy pad, we're going to win 10-9 every night, or did they just build it and all of a sudden people? Because I remember with AT&T Park, it was Pac Bell at the time. The first game there, Kevin Elster hit 3 home runs to left, and everybody said, "Oh my goodness!"
Bandbox.
Bandbox. In this ballpark, I'm wondering if this is by design. They knew that, you know, fly balls are going to go out. We're going to make an entertaining brand of baseball for Ohio fans. I don't know, but I mean, he just barely hit that and it went to the wall.
Yeah. Riverfront Stadium, which stood just behind us here, kind of home plate, first base side along the river. That place was as hot and muggy as any place in baseball. Those old concrete circular stadiums really held the heat. And I know at times the ball would fly in there, but man, it just really goes here. Phillips on a curveball, can't do anything with it. 1-2. You take that big red machine from that ballpark and put them in here.
Goodness,
it'd be unbelievable.
They'd be 162-0 and win every game 12-7.
Phillips, and that's a fair ball into the right field corner. He went up and got one. Brandon Phillips, 3rd hit of the series after going 2 for 4 last night, and that's his 10th double. Nissan will watch this swing.
What kind of an inside-out approach here? Watch him let the ball get deep and just kind of steer it down the right field line. Steven Strasburg was seeing the no-stride swing, rooting for this one to get fouled, but it was way fair.
Well, let's see what Strasburg does with Jay Bruce this time. Middle innings, Nats have the lead. First base open, 1 on, 1 out. Right-handed home run guy on deck. Another inside out. Worth tracking this one, and on 1 pitch, the 2nd out of the inning. Strasburg struck out Duvall first time. Didn't get the first pitch he thought he was going to.
Well, that's the cutter slider deal. That one more of a cutter than a slider because it stayed on the same plane.
Similar pitch. This time he held. Doug Eddings confirms it. Duvall producing like he never has at the big league level before, but he has struck out a lot. 54 times this year, 6 walks. He's in there to hack. Can't catch up with 96. Tying runs, second base, 2 outs, bottom of the 4th. 2-2-0 Nats, 1-2-0 Reds. Tried to get that inside edge, just missed.
Russell Ramos tried to frame this. Looked like it was in. And it was way in. Now big pitch right there.
Throws him the breaking ball and walks him. Strasburg up to 60 pitches with 2 outs here in the 4th, and that's his first pass of the day.
I think he struck out Suarez on a 96-mile-an-hour fastball first time up. Cutter.
Yeah, similar to the first pitch to Duvall. Pretty healthy cut by the Reds' third baseman, who has as many home runs as Bryce Harper and 1 RBI fewer. Got some big time production up and down this lineup. 4, 5, and 6 have hit 39 home runs between them. Bruce, Duvall, and Suarez. And the 0-2 when sort of chasing him inside. The Reds, by the way, 4th in baseball as a team. They're hitting .293 with runners in scoring position. Only the Cardinals, Red Sox, and Rangers higher. This will be out of play to the right side.
Just watching Brandon Phillips in his lead at second base. Anytime you have a middle infielder out there for an extended period, they know sequences. They can pick them up quick because, you know, all of their pitchers use different sequences with the runner on second base. So you always have to watch out for middle infielders that are out there for a while. Let's see if they're up to some funny business. Meaning relay and location, or maybe even a pitch.
And finally the inning over. Strasburg, strikeout number 7, 998. And the 4th inning of Nationals baseball, brought to you by the RAV4 Hybrid. All-wheel drive and unexpected performance. Visit buyatoyota.com today. Brought to you by T-Mobile. Corey Seager, will see him on the next road trip. 3 home runs for the Dodgers. First Dodger rookie to do it since Don Demeter, a power-hitting right-handed batter back in '59. Yu Darvish, and this is like a gift for the already in first place Texas Rangers. He's back and pitching extremely well, and the Giants get a bit of a blow. They're another first place team. They're 5.5 up on the Dodgers, but they've lost Hunter Pence for a couple of weeks.
Wouldn't it be odd if the Dodgers had a Rookie of the Year?
That has never happened.
That would be
more
weird.
than what, 15 times?
Yeah. Kind of getting back to the Dodgers. Orel Hershiser was there at the end of his career, second stint with the Dodgers, and talking about sequences at second base, his were ridiculous. We couldn't even get his sequences at second base. He would say, okay, if the last pitch was a curveball, a 2, add the outs to it, which is 3, and the next pitch or the next hitter, it's the first sign after 3. And we'd say, Orel, this isn't brain surgery. We're trying to play baseball here. They'd say, okay, if the last pitch was a fastball and there's 2 outs, that's 3. So the next hitter, it's the first sign after 3. If the last pitch was a slider and it's 3 and there's 1 out, that's 4. I'm like, Orel, stop. I don't have a calculator in my back pocket to figure out your pitches. I mean, he's like, nobody's ever going to get him. I'm like, yeah, the catcher isn't going to get him. We're not. You're the only one that's going to get him.
Well, he took up an entire chapter of George Will's book, Men at Work, about Hershiser and his abstract approach to pitching. Rendon on an off-speed pitch flies it to left. Now it's turned into a sunfield out there. Adam Duvall puts it away. Clint Robinson coming in, our Coons.com report with Dan on Clint.
Bob Klint got off to a tough start to the season, hitting .053 after the month of April. He said that he gets frustrated by that, obviously, when you're in that stretch, but it's important, especially as a bench guy, not to get too caught up in the number. He knows that as a bench guy, things can turn for you very quickly. You string together a few hits, and that number can jump up towards 300 in a hurry. He said you can't think big picture. You've got to take it one day, one at-bat at a time, and all of a sudden you can find yourself back on the good side.
Over 2 million vehicles sold and counting at Coons. Thanks, Dan.
Just hard when you're not playing every day. You can't make those adjustments at bat to at bat.
Robinson lifting one in the air. Boy, the wind's really whipping here now. Sky's darkening. 2 outs. I just got to thinking a moment ago, is there a Dodger Rookie of the Year on the field? Well, Davey Lopes came close in 1973. As a rookie, he hit .275, but he finished 6th.
Well, Dusty was a Brave as a rookie, so he's out.
Davey would go on to win a Gold Glove, 4 All-Star games. Fantastic part of that infield with Garvey, Bill Russell, Ron Cey.
Talking to Davey yesterday about the matchups they used to have with the Big Red Machine in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Said those guys could beat you so many different ways. They beat you with speed. They could beat you with power.
It is getting darker. Danny Espinosa stepping in.
Yeah, we got a little pop-up deal heading this way.
Big Red Machine, 75-76. Maybe the best 2-year run ever by any ball club in either league. Hall of Famers all over the place. Espinosa with a high chopper. Joey Votto will go it alone. And as the wind whips through Cincinnati, the Nats lead 2-1, middle of the 5th inning. On the very first batter of the game today, when he got Cozart, struck out Duvall, Suarez, and Hamilton in the 4th. Barnhart, Straley in the 3rd. Suarez, his last batter, last inning. So just mowing guys down, taking and looking. Toyota case for kids thus. It's $37 times 7 to the Children's Inn at the National Institutes of Health, and thanks to our Washington area Toyota dealers. Wind blowing straight in off the Ohio here, so this is about the only thing that might make this ballpark play small, or rather large, pardon me. Hamilton, Barnhart, and Straley. First pitch curveball in there to the red center fielder. Struck out swinging first time up.
A 1-run game, bottom of the 5th. This is a big at bat.
Yeah, this guy leading off, you're up by a run. 3 outs to make it an official ball game. 1-1. Trying to be the first to go to 10. Steven Strasburg. Chris Sale has 9. He's also pitching today for the White Sox, so it appears the Nats will miss him in that series at U.S. Cellular Field. Three and two.
Big pitch coming. Yeah, with the wind blowing in, even though it's Billy Hamilton, throw right down the middle, see how far he can hit it. Definitely don't want to walk this guy. I don't think you need to get tricky 3-2. You could throw a changeup here, but I'd fastball him.
1 homer on the year, 11 career. Strasburg blows it by him with 96. So that's 999 on the strikeout count for Steven Strasburg. And coming up, Tucker Barnhart, who he fanned looking on a curveball first time up.
Well, just country hardballed him, 96 right down the middle. Billy Hamilton, who was Joey Hamilton last night, can't catch up.
Barnhart contact. Clint Robinson. Backhand play, 2 outs. Will it be the pitcher for 1,000, Alex? We'll see.
What is yes? Well, I mean, we'll see. Didn't look real comfy first time up.
Nope. Hey, I don't care who you strike out. You have 1,000 in the big leagues. That is some kind of accomplishment. Gio, the only other Nationals pitcher to get his 1,000th in a Nats uniform, but he had more than half of those with Oakland.
Plus, you talk about all this guy's been through with the Tommy John surgery, the big debut in 2010, the shutdown in 12, coming back, signed the big 7-year deal, and here he is on the verge of 1,000 Ks for his career. How cool is that?
He'll get to lead off. If he does it, well, either way, he's going to lead off.
He might not. There might be a tarp on the field.
Swing and a miss, strike 2. And there it is, number 1,000 for Steven Strasburg. It comes on a breaking ball to the pitcher. Now Wilson Ramos can just walk the baseball into the dugout, and congratulations to Steven. He leads 2-1 after 5 innings here at the Great American Ballpark.
There it is. To go home. Fill out your 2016 Esurance MLB All-Star Game ballot now at nationals.com on your computer, tablet, or smartphone. Vote up to 35 times today, tomorrow, the next day, until the All-Star Game. What the heck? Go to nationals.com/vote to vote for Wilson Ramos, Bryce Harper, Steven Strasburg, and all your favorite Daniel Murphy.
Hey, why not Strasburg throwing 2 Ramos in San Diego?
Who's winning the second base vote so far? I haven't even looked. Is it Daniel Murphy? Better be. If not, I know people. I don't want to get anybody hurt, but I know some people.
Wind wickedly blowing in from right center. Strasburg leads off top of the 6th. When the buildings of Newport, Kentucky disappear from our view, we will be in trouble here. Maybe a mile away across the river.
This game is going to be delayed, and maybe even right now. They'd be smart to put the tarp on right now.
I mean, why start the inning and then shut it down? So it looks like,
yeah, that's coming right
that's
there.
what the crew chief is going to do. I mean, that's Newport, Kentucky over there, and those buildings are starting to disappear from our view.
Well, this is the trainer and the manager coming out to see if the pitcher's okay.
Straley has thrown 73 pitches, 41 strikes.
They should have the tarp on. It's a matter of moments. Run for the hills. Here it comes. Put the tarp on. Everybody take cover.
So the official time is 5:34, where they're going to put the tarp on here.
Look at this tarp team go. This is like a NASCAR pit crew. They're used to it here.
I think this happens every year on a weekend when we come here. Nats were here about the same time last year, right at the end of May, early part of June. So we have a rain delay officially.
Well, there's a little cell passing through that I don't think will take long, but after that, all heck is going to break loose. Probably about an hour window after this. Maybe an hour and a half.
Well, they got, yeah, here comes the rain right now. So FP called it right. Get the tarp on, get everybody off the field before it becomes a situation where it's dangerous to do so. So they've got the infield covered right now as the rains come in. The wind has shifted now, blowing from the right field corner over toward the other side. So this baby's coming right up the Ohio River from the southwest and rolling by the ballpark.
Poncho practice, get it on. The little girl's struggling. You got an umbrella. You don't need a poncho too, do you?
I don't know, but the starch is about to come out of that nice Oxford shirt he's wearing.
Oh, where's the hole for my head? Somebody find the hole for my head.
So we got it pouring straight into our booth here.
Oh, it's just so tough up here.
It is.
There's little sprinklies just kind of hitting us.
Well, why don't you put your finger in that socket over there and tell me how that feels? Mr. Tough Guy.
Yeah, I forgot about all this electrical equipment around us.
Yeah, we have it on our heads and surrounding us here. But the tarp is on. The grounds crew is battening the hatches, as they would say.
Oh, use the giveaway for a helmet. I love it.
They gave away those little tote bags today, so some of those will be used.
Those are hats.
As cover as well. So obviously, quickly changing weather conditions here in Cincinnati. Let's have a look at our Cox game summary, brought to you by Cox's new Contour. Get right to the good stuff. Wilson Ramos, a double, scored a run in the first inning ahead of Anthony Rendon's 5th home run. He got what appeared to be either a changeup or a backup breaking ball up and in, and he just knocked it out of here to left field. Steven Strasburg, the last batter before the rain, pitcher Dan Straley, his 100th strikeout victim, the 1,000th strikeout victim. So Steven Strasburg, some Nationals history, the first ever to do it, FP, with every one of them in a Nationals uniform.
Yeah, some a changeup, some just country hardball. This one a fastball up to Eugenio Suarez. That was in the 2nd inning. And he struck out Billy Hamilton on a 3-2 changeup. Nasty curveball right there to Tucker Barnhart. Dan Straley, thanks for coming. I think that's Eugenio Suarez. Get your glove. Billy Hamilton, grab a seat. And Dan Straley, year number 1,000.
So Wilson Ramos walked the ball over to the dugout. They gave it to one of the ball boys. He walked it over to the other side, to the Reds dugout, for the baseball authenticator. And business has been taken care of in terms of Steven Strasburg's 1,000th strikeout.
They can't breathe.
He is praying for the sunshine we saw here. That was maybe only about 15 minutes ago.
Well, maybe the folks at Nats Park, it's sunny there, so.
Maybe a wiffle ball game will break out on the outfield grass.
Yeah, there you go. Bryce has got his poncho on. Forget the clubhouse. I'm sitting in the stands.
All right, let's go back to the second inning when the Nationals put the runs on the board. It's just been a thing of beauty lately watching Wilson Ramos go the other way with pop.
He's just so relaxed at the plate. His feet are so slow, his bat's so quick. There's no tension in his swing. He's swinging at strikes, taking balls, all the things you're supposed to do to hit 340 plus. And then Anthony Rendon gets a mistake, pulls the baseball, gets his helmet taken off, and that's the difference. 2 swings, one by the Buffalo, one by the Ants.
The next half inning after that, Jay Bruce, an opposite field home run. So it's 2-1 Nationals. Good news is we're through 5 innings. The visiting team on top. It is an official ball game, and we'll see how things develop over the next minutes and quarter hours here in Cincinnati with some crazy changing conditions. We will update you at the top of the hour, 6 p.m. from Cincinnati. So for now, alternate programming, ESPN News coming your way. We are delayed by one heck of a storm in Cincy. 2-1 Nationals. out. That storm, as FP said, just kind of nicking the ballpark area as it went through, has moved away, and now we're ready for baseball. Well, it looks like in the next minute. So there's our game summary. The Rendon homer. Jay Bruce a solo for the Reds. Steven Strasburg, who just got his 1,000th strikeout, will lead off top of the 6th. And this is going to shake out as about a 21 or 22 minute rain delay.
I'm going to say it's a 20-minute and 40-second rain delay. Just a hunch.
Just getting some security personnel off the field and getting ready to go here. Strasburg ground ball to short back in the 3rd. 73 pitches, 41 strikes for Dan Straley. So the rain delay not that big of a consequence for either pitcher, it assumes. So it looks like 21 minutes. We're back underway at 5:55.
We've had replay challenges that were longer than that.
Close, yeah. They got this one right. They got the tarp off the field. And that's the strikeout. That will be number 3 for Dan Straley. Top of the order, Ben Revere now and Jason Worth.
Well, there's about maybe a little less than an hour window until a tsunami hits this place. So hopefully
maybe score a couple of runs, make the umpire's decision easier. It's in their hands once the lineup cards have been exchanged. And Ben Revere takes a strike. He's 0 for 1, robbed of a double, maybe more, by Billy Hamilton back in the 1st. Then a walk, and he was caught stealing in the 3rd. This a pop up left field line. Zach Cozart cruising to it. 2 quick outs. Nats box score. Only 2 hits back to back. Ramos the double. Rendon the homer, 2nd inning. 3rd inning, Revere caught stealing. 4th inning, Harper walked, caught stealing. Nothing since. 7 batters in a row retired, and here's Jason Worth. Straley has struck him out twice. Breeze still blowing in from center. Big slow breaking ball upstairs, and the count 2-1. Worth trying to get aboard for Bryce Harper here. 6th inning.
I'll tell you what, you got to give the Reds grounds crew and the people here credit, because they got the tarp on before it rained. They didn't have to do any field repair. They just pulled it off and played. That's how you do it. They're used to the rain around here, obviously, but that was well done. They didn't let the field get all muddy and you had to put the diamond dry on and take an extra 20 minutes. They just put the tarp on before it got here, pulled it off, play baseball. Nicely done.
I thought it was a very common sense approach what they did here. Two to Worth. And on that off-speed pitch, a pop-up to center. Phillips out, Hamilton in. Brandon Phillips has it. 1, 2, 3. And now the Nats have seen 8 straight batters retired. order for the Reds. Bottom 6, Cozart, Votto, and Phillips. Interesting list for you here from Jeep. As we go inside the numbers, pitchers who began their career in the year 2000 or later, fewest games to reach 1,000 strikeouts. Strasburg, the second quickest.
And that's with missing some time, but it's fewest games to reach 1,000 strikeout. Very impressive for Steven Strasburg. Pretty good list too. The freak on top.
Yeah. Cozart, strikeout, fly ball to right. And with the sun now a factor again, shadows will begin to creep from that first base side.
Well, Steven's a rhythm guy. We'll see if even 20 minutes threw him off a little bit, or he just stays locked in, because before the break he was locked. He likes to get into the flow, get into the rhythm of a game. The longer he's in there, the stronger he usually gets.
He gets that one, and they're 2-0, and Cozart didn't like it at all.
Good frame by Ramos.
Three and one. That ball way out ahead on the swing by Cozart. Reds box, they only have 2 hits. The Bruce leadoff homer in the second. And then a Brandon Phillips 1-out double to right into the corner, but he never made it beyond second base. Duvall walked later in that inning. Strasburg struck out Suarez to end that 4th inning threat. 3-2 pitch. Walked him. Second walk today.
Oliver Perez is raking.
Some guys will do anything in the big leagues to stay there, and Oliver helping out his teammates in that bullpen. Well done. Here's Joey Votto. Ground ball to Espinosa in the shift. Fly ball to right. Joey Votto with third base unoccupied, trying to bunt for a hit over there.
Not a bad idea. So I'm just kind of motion with his hand. There's nobody there. And leadoff man on, bottom of the 6th, down by 1. A bunt in general isn't a bad play, but when you have the whole left side to bunt one for a hit, I'd try it again if I was him. It's still there.
With that in mind, Strasburg pitching inside. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Pretty good pitch right here.
So Mercedes-Benz showing a pretty good heater that was not called a strike. It's a breaking ball. Votto hits it to right. And after a rain delay, the Reds have the lead. He wanted to bunt for a hit, and then he goes deep.
Double digits. That's his 10th of the year. And it looks like a curveball that he just went down and got. He saw Wilson Ramos's glove. He was thinking about digging this out of the dirt. And Joey Votto scoops it up for his 10th home run and puts the Reds ahead. Seen Steven Strasburg for too long. He's a rhythm guy. He likes to get into the groove. That 20 minutes, he's having trouble finding it again.
Strike to Phillips.
Pitchers will tell you that when they're going real good, they want their team maybe not to make outs, but have quick innings so they get right back on the mound. Imagine sitting on the bench for 20 minutes plus. Does to your rhythm in a ball game.
2-1. Missing to that glove side a lot is Steven here.
Danny Espinosa going to come in and talk to Steven Strasburg. I think he might have seen something here on the last pitch. Wilson Ramos is coming out too. His hip has been stiff today. We've kind of seen him, but that time he grabbed for his calf. And here comes Paul Lessard. Here comes Dusty Baker. And he just doesn't seem like he's warm to me since they pulled the tarp and he's out there. Mike Maddox coming out. Looked like he grabbed for his calf, didn't it?
Yeah. Strasburg left to start against Cincinnati last year after 16 pitches with neck tightness, the only time he faced him in 2015. So they're going to watch, the whole committee of them, manager, trainer, infield umpire, while he throws a couple of pitches here. And the pitching coach looks like he's about to dismiss everybody.
So this is what we picked up earlier. Did want to make a big deal of it because, quite frankly, we didn't think it was a big deal. But watch his hip, his left hip, or his right hip actually. Kind of shakes it out there. He grabs for it after this pitch. He kind of sticks his thumb in there to massage it. Probably just tight. Not a big deal. And then he takes a swing earlier and just kind of stretching that hip too. That seemed like it was on the other side in his calf.
3-2. And Phillips pops it out of play.
It's all kind of his right side. It was his right calf. Stretching it on the back of the mound.
Phillips swing and a miss. Strikeout number 10. And Strasburg, after reaching 1,000 last strikeout, reaches 100 for this season right there. That'll bring in Jay Bruce.
There's the delivery. The finish. Kind of stretching that calf out. 27th time Steven Strasburg struck out 10 or more in a game. Just could be as simple as dehydration on a very humid day here in Cincinnati.
Jay Bruce, a homer, fly ball to left. Went up first pitch swinging last time.
Red alert. Looking through the holes in the bullpen.
Yeah, the Knothole gang watching while Brake trying to warms up.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to take
Maddox again.
Any chances here. Mike Maddox isn't going to take a chance. He got all the way to the line, turned around.
And Paul Lessard was coming out after him. Strasburg has told both of them he's okay. Well, you just don't want anything in the lower body to affect the upper body mechanics. The shoulder, the arm, the elbow.
You don't want anything in the lower body to pull.
Sharply hit by Jay Bruce, and he's 2 for 3.
If it's cramping, it can pull. If it pulls, he's going to miss a month. And here comes Dusty Baker to get him.
That's it. Strasburg will go 5 1/3, and he'll only retire one man after the rain delay. Well, Steven obviously frustrated, and this call to the bullpen is brought to you by the UPS Store. Stop by for all your printing, copying, and other business needs, because together there's nothing we can't solve. Blake Trinan on the way. Strasburg done. Rated telecast is presented by authority of the Washington Nationals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the expressed written consent of the Washington Nationals. That was not real speed, but the real stuff wasn't much different. So the manager and the pitching coach getting together here after Strasburg's exit.
They hand the ball to Blake Trinan. Fastball mid to upper 90s. Breaking ball is a slider mid 80s.
26th appearance for Blake, facing Adam Duvall for the first time. And he throws the ball away. Robinson picks it up. Decides not to throw. And Jay Bruce to second base. So an error on Blake Trinan before he throws a pitch.
I think the smartest thing that happened on this play, and the throw's nowhere near, is that Clint Robinson, after that ball rolled around by all that water from where they emptied the tarp, didn't throw the baseball. Even if he thought he might have a chance, you launch that, you have a runner on third and one out. So that was a good no throw by Clint, in my opinion.
Agreed.
.22 strikeouts, 10 walks for Blake, and 21 and 2/3. Opponent's hitting .243, righties .255.
20th error by the Nats. Still a great total for 56 games. 3 of those have been made by the pitching staff. And a good stop by Wilson Ramos there to keep Bruce at second base. Sammy Solis getting ready. Three and 0. And that ball foul tipped. Infield to pull. Espinosa actually a step onto the left field grass outside short. Well, Duvall strikes out a lot, and Blake Trinan got him. Second out here in the 6th inning.
Well, there's no way Duvall was thinking about anything except for a 97-mile-an-hour sinker, and he got a 3-2 slider from Blake Trinan. That one fooled me. I'm looking for that sinker down and in, and watch the late break on the 86-mile-an-hour slider. So good call from Wilson Ramos, good execution for Blake Trinan.
It'll be Eugenio Suarez with 2 outs. Strasburg struck him out twice. That's J.C. Ramirez, who was bringing some 9th inning heat here last night, struck out the side. So Straley might be done after 84 pitches.
I just think at times Blake has had trouble funneling his energy out of the bullpen. You can imagine it's like pinch hitting. It's such a rush when you're used to starting your whole life. As a starter, you get to cruise into a game. You get to feel your way around. You got to have your A stuff in the 1st inning, but you have time to get into a rhythm, feel for your pitches. And I still think he's in his infancy as a reliever when you talk about the big picture, about learning how to corral all that adrenaline and energy right out of the bullpen. Because the longer he stays in a game, you start to see that sinker start to be in the strike zone. But initially, in his short career as a reliever, that first hitter or so, he has trouble with relaxing. It's so easy for us to sit up here and say it's hard to do down there. And it's a lot easier, Carp, if you've been a reliever your whole life.
Yeah.
You know how to kind of harness that versus being a starter.
94th relief appearance for Blake Trinan today, career at the big league level.
I mean, even the most veteran pinch hitters, when the skipper says you're hitting second next inning, your heart goes duh, 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 duh. You get the adrenaline going. You start to think about your game plan. Am I swinging at a first pitch? Am I going to get into a count? And imagine a guy as young as Blake, or as new as Blake is as a reliever, when that bullpen door opens and he comes in, he's still learning how to relax and throw strikes. Because the ability and the stuff is definitely there. He's stuff plays with any guy out of any bullpen.
Two-two pitch. Looks like he tried to get the front door with that slider. Count goes full.
I've been retired 14 years, and I still get nervous talking about pinch hitting. Just that story right there, got my blood pressure up.
Swing and a miss on 95. So Trinan goes to so long counts, gets a couple of strikeouts. The Nats trail now for the first time today, and Bryce Harper in the 7th, coming right up.
Top of the 7th inning. Guess what, folks? You get an entire month of home games for just $50 with the new Nats Pass. Newest way to enjoy Nats baseball. Catch every game in June in standing room only tickets of Nats Park for just $50. They take on the Phillies, the Cubs, the Mets, the Reds. Visit nationals.com/NatsPass for all the details. So all you can eat baseball for $50. And if you're at Nats Park right now and you're watching the game on the big screen, do like Dusty and change seats. I want everybody in the outfield at Nats Park. And if you're at home, change seats. Mix it up a little bit. You did, Dusty? Yeah, we got you. We're changing seats. See what happens. I wish I could see everybody scrambling in the outfield right now.
Straley off speed. At least for one inning, he was not affected by the delay, although he came right out and pitched. Strasburg had to hit, and then his teammates did before he took to the mound. So here's Harper 0 for 1 with a walk, and it appeared last time up, even though he was leading off an inning, Dan Straley wanted nothing to do with Bryce Harper, who was then caught stealing. It's a swing, says Laz Diaz.
Whoa. Side, what do you think? Huh.
Looked like he stopped. Harper straight up in the air to center. Billy Hamilton telling Duvall he has it. Next up, Murphy. That's 9 straight retired by Straley. 5 before the rain delay. And now here's Murphy. Fly ball to left, fly ball to right. Starting a lot of guys off with off speed here.
Bryce a little frustrated, as a lot of hitters would be when they're scuffling.
It's been a long month for Bryce since that Chicago series. Murphy a swing and a miss. Reds got 6 1/3 out of Brandon Finnegan last night. And today it's Dan Straley pitching well for Cincinnati. 2-2. Off speed, Murphy into right field. Brandon Phillips out there on the shift. 2 outs. Tanner Roark here in Cincinnati tomorrow against John Moscott, who's 0-3 with a 7.13 ERA. Day off Monday, then on to Chicago. 3-night games with the White Sox. WUSA 9 joins us Friday night when the Nats come home for a grand total of 6 games against the Phillies and the Cubs. Then they go out for a week and a half again to San Diego, LA, and Milwaukee. Roark tomorrow.
Charting. This guy you got to watch out for if you're the Reds right now.
Ramos into center. Hamilton going back short of the track. Now the Nats have gone down 11 in a row. Straley, if that's it, finishing strong. Cincinnati leads 3-2.
Game. It's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. And we're going to show you Steven Strasburg's day in a nutshell. There's strikeout number 1,000. 26th time he struck out 10 or more in a game. Then they roll out the tarp. A 20-minute and 35-second rain delay. Later, a walk to Zach Cosart, a homer to Joey Votto, and the Reds lead this thing 3-2.
Bottom of the 7th, Hamilton, Barnhart, and then the pitcher's spot. Blake Trinan, 12 pitches, 6 strikes to get a couple of strikeouts on Duvall and Suarez last inning. Strasburg struck out Billy Hamilton twice.
Boy, as a lefty with speed, you like to bunt the sinker because what it does, it runs to the end of your bat and you can deaden it to third base, and it doesn't matter where the third baseman's playing. No matter how hard a guy throws, if it's moving that much, you can kill it.
Ross Ohlendorf for the 8th, it appears.
Ole Ohlendorf for spotting.
Two 2-0.
I mean, people are heading for the hills again. This is not good.
Yeah, we've only been resumed for 33 minutes. And now Trinan goes 3-0 on a guy you do not want to walk leading off an inning. That could be a double real quick.
I mean, they got their weather apps out. Poncho alert. We have a severe poncho alert for the greater Cincinnati downtown area. Put your ponchos on and remain calm, everybody. I said remain calm.
Three 2 now. And Billy Hamilton goes 3-0 and just stands there the rest of the at bat.
It's a pair of shoes. So 3-0, nice comeback by Blake Trinan. Billy Hamilton did not swing the bat, and that's what you call a pair of shoes. Get a pair of shoes to do that.
Tucker Barnhart 0 for 2. Strikeout, ground out. That one chasing him inside. He got out of there. There's Kyle Waldrop to hit next, recalled today. They dropped a right-hander, Diane Diaz, from their bullpen. Called up a position player. Good looking pitch. That one up the middle. Danny Espinosa to his left. From the grass, he throws it past Robinson. There's a play at second. Good throw by Ramos, gets him, and the ball's waiting for Tucker Barnhart. So E6 with a 2-6 maybe attached to the end of it.
Well, this is the trick play that you drew up in spring training to try to get the guy to go to second. Ball's got to be wet for Danny. He's as accurate as anybody at shortstop. But good backup by the Buffalo. And watch him take his time, stand up, and throw a strike to Danny Espinosa.
That second error of the day, but Ramos takes care of the runner. And here's Kyle Waldrop, who's 24 years of age. He was hitting .247 at AAA Louisville. One at bat in the big leagues for the Reds last year. 10th rounder, actually 12th rounder in 2010. And he's been battling in the minor leagues for 6 years, hitting .278.
Did you go 6.326 or just 6.26?
I put E6 2.6.
All right.
I don't think Danny gets an assist for that. But Ramos does, and then Danny on the bag. Tough one for Murphy. Skips by him. Is that an error, or is it Waldrop's first big league hit?
Daniel Murphy might have played that into a hit. Let's see how they scored it. That's when you got to give on and get the big hop. Daniel Murphy chose to charge it and then stopped. And once you get in no man's land, you're at the ball's mercy. Watch this. It's one you'll see a lot of guys give on and get that big hop, but as soon as he decides to charge it, then he knows, whoops, got too close to the baseball and shoots by him. What do you got? Still deciding. Base hit.
First big league hit for Kyle Waldrop. Top of the order, Cozart. And the Nats have been warming Oliver Perez in case the inning doesn't end here with Joey Votto on deck. Zach Cozart 0 for 1 career against Blake. That front door slider drops right in. Right, despite a lot of craziness, the Nats are still very much in this game. 3-2, bottom of the 7th. About to get into the Cincinnati bullpen. But they were shut down on 2 hits by Dan Straley through 7 innings and 95 pitches. They got the runner picked off.
Pickle.
And Waldrop, after his first big league hit, is now picked off for the first time. So an E6 2-6 and then a runner picked off, and Blake Treinen did the right thing. Ran right at him, A 1-3 inning over. Ball on Masson, brought to you by Navy Federal Credit Union. Proudly serving the armed forces and their families for over 80 years. Federally insured by NCUA. Symmetry, the dancing fountain. We've had some moisture here at the ballpark. For now, things calm and dry. We'll see. Top of the 8th, and Ross Ohlendorf, who appeared in 16 games, 7 starts for the Nats in 13, going 4-1, will make his 24th appearance. All of those out of the Cincinnati bullpen this year, with a 4.18 ERA, 26 strikeouts in 24 innings.
Yeah, working on 6 straight scoreless outings, 6 strikeouts, no walks in those outings, and Nats fans will remember Ross Ohlendorf for that spot start at Coors Field a number of years ago when they called him up. We didn't know anything about him, and he had a beauty at Coors Field. The last place you want to get called up and start to. He was great. The big windup, Ole Ohlendorfer.
Right in there to Anthony Rendon, who faces him for the first time. I remember talking to Ross after the game, actually before the next day's game. He just kind of had a casual stroll from the ballpark back to the hotel all by himself after that game and his first win as a Nat. Rendon strokes one to right, hits it pretty well, but Jay Bruce is right there. Let's have a look at the big windup.
Well, we talked to him about it. I think he started this late in his career to generate more on his fastball, and it's averaged 94 miles an hour this year. 82 on the slider, occasional changeup at 86. And that glove he's using looks like he used it in Little League. That thing's been through some wars.
And this ball sprayed to the other side on a grounder by Clint Robinson. 2 outs.
Potomac Nationals are at the Fitz. That's in Woodbridge, Virginia. 4-game series begins Thursday, June 9th. All kinds of fun stuff at the ballpark. Anthony Rendon figurine giveaway on the 11th. Family Fun Day on the 12th.
And now that I've seen Ross work, now I remember that he goes into his glove and gets the ball kind of after the windup. It starts in his glove. Gets in there in time enough to get his grip and throws it inside to Danny Espinosa.
Baseball's such a strange game. Nats sweep the Phillies, feeling real good about themselves. You're coming into, look at that picker, that's from 1972. Coming into a ball club that's scuffling. You're hearing things about how they don't play good defense. We've seen great defense. You're hearing things about their bullpen. We've seen a pretty good bullpen. It's a funny game.
Yeah, worst pitching staff numerically in baseball by a wide margin. Second most errors in the league to St. Louis, but they haven't made one in the series yet. And there's Stephen Drew to bat for Blake Treinen if the inning continues.
It's been the opposite. They've made great plays everywhere. Zach Cozart, Billy Hamilton, Eugenio Suarez, Brandon Phillips, Joey Votto's made some nice plays at first. Weird.
Danny Espinosa has pulled it on the ground to Joey Votto twice. 3-0 pitch. Nats could use a runner. How about a home run on a 3-0 pitch? See you later. And Danny Espinosa can touch all 4 of the bags as the Nats have tied this game in the 8th. Steven Strasburg will not get his first loss of the year. And Espinosa's 8th of the year. What a shot.
Telling you, he's a dangerous hitter. Throw the average out the window.
Here's Stephen Drew.
Number 8 with his 8th.
In the 8th.
Wow. 8s are wild. Crazy 8s.
Drew 3 for 9 against Ross Ohlendorf. That was Danny Espinosa's first at bat against a former teammate. And he was up there pumping, thinking he'd get something right down the middle.
102 on the hit speed. He's hit some tracers. I mean, low line drives. The one right-handed in Philly, that one.
Espinosa 3 home runs last 4 games, 5 in his last 9 times out. And the 0-1.
Sometimes changing seats takes a minute. We have to marinate for a while before it works.
Two and 1. $15 extra base hits by the pinch hitters.
8 home runs. Bomb squad.
Yeah, 15 RBIs from the pinch batters. Drew, of course, the inside the park pinch homer. Now another 3-ball count. Look out here if he grooves one. And he walks him. Ben Revere coming up. Pinch hit inside the park homer in Philadelphia.
Well, my favorite part about this was, well, A, he was hustling to third so Bob Senley could send him. But then his Daniel Murphy imitation when he got back to the dugout was priceless. Right about there. Wow. Nice at bat, and look who's pinch running.
So Drew gets the walk, and then Turner the burner will pinch run. Ben Revere. Turner draws a throw. 17 stolen bases at Syracuse before the call up.
$17 for 17. Pretty quick to the plate right there, not giving Turner a chance. I don't think Ben liked this call at all. It's over his head. Yeah, way too quick to the plate to steal. For Trey Turner, he's looking for a gapper or maybe a ball in the dirt. Ohlendorf with a very quick delivery to the plate. We've already seen Tucker Barnhart throw a few guys out today.
And Revere the other way. Ball hit pretty well. And going back on the track is Duvall to make that catch. It was 3-0 to Danny Espinosa. Nats had a pinch hitter coming up next. You're hoping for a base runner. Instead, a blast to right, a no-doubter. And the hot home run bat of Espinosa continues. 8th of the year. It's a 3-3 game. The Nats be going for a series win. We'll see how this one shakes out. Tanner Roark gets that assignment. 4-4 with a 2.70 ERA. And in his last 3 starts, he's 2-1 at 1.74. Rookie John Moscott for the Reds. We'll get you going. 12:30 Nats Extra. Masson 2 tomorrow. So Danny Espinosa has tied this one up. And we're going bottom 8th now. The bullpen situation changes as Felipe Rivero is in after Oliver Perez was working earlier.
We missed everyday Felipe yesterday, but he's back out there today. Look at this 28th appearance for Felipe Rivero. Opponent's hitting 180. Right-handers just 111.
Zach Cozart faces him for the first time. But the next 2 Reds in this inning have stepped in against Felipe before. Cozart was at the plate when Waldrop was picked off. Funny in baseball, if you're ahead after a base running mistake, it always seems to come back and haunt pretty quickly. And in this case, the Nats tied the game.
Little queso, 95.
Right off the end of the barrel. Rivero bare hand, and he throws a bullet to Clint Robinson.
Nice play by Clint Robinson. Now we talk about the athleticism of Felipe Rivero, former outfielder converted to pitcher. Watch him shag balls. You'd think he was a center fielder. So watch him get off the mound. Good quickness. Then he has to turn and throw, pick up his target, and Clint Robinson does a nice job of fielding a bullet around his ankles. That's not easy. Nice play by Clint. 2 hands to secure it as it was trying to sneak out of there. Nice play on both ends.
Here's Joey Votto, who homered last time up in the 6th against Strasburg. He's 0 for 1 against Felipe with a strikeout, and that is a fastball that buzzed the tower. Votto looked out for a moment, never left the batter's box. Now he will.
Whoa. Brandon Phillips is laughing on deck. Joey Votto said something that was funny. Brandon Phillips looking over to Dusty Baker saying that got his heart going. The book on Votto's been in. That's where guys have been getting him out with hard stuff on the inner half. He's been having trouble getting to it.
Raining here. Three and 0. Breeze blowing out to left. Sean Kelly warming. And Votto trying to do what Espinosa did. Trying to leave the yard on 3 and 0.
Yeah, I was wondering if a guy like Joey Votto that walks so much is going to have a 3-0 green light, and how often he does that. We don't see the Reds play a whole lot. But you're thinking maybe that first pitch around his coconut woke him up and he wanted to answer it with a homer. Can't imagine there's too many times when he goes 3-0 green light.
Inside, he walks with 1 out.
Caption this. Check out @MassinNationals on Instagram. Provide your best caption for this awesome photo of 2 amazingly handsome guys. You win a meet and greet with Massin, air quotes, talent and Haircuttery gift card. Brought to you by Haircuttery, home of the Smile Back Guarantee, where you get a free relaxing shampoo with every haircut. That was earlier today after we taped the Open, and Bob felt like he did an awesome job.
Ripping the pages. Well, everybody said I did except you.
No, you did. You always do. I'm the one that screws them up all the time.
Here's Phillips. Phillips against Rivera, 0 for 1 with a fly ball.
Good.
Changeup.
Speaking of such a good pitch for him, and you just watch the confidence level with Felipe as a pitcher, but more importantly, I think the changeup and the command of it to throw it whenever he wants, behind in the count, ahead in the count. For a guy that throws 95 to 98, it's become one of his best pitches, if not his best pitch.
Ramos moving inside. Phillips inside out swing, strike 2.
And from a hitter standpoint, if a guy throws 97, I have to totally disregard the changeup. I can't think about it at all because he throws too hard, which makes the changeup work even more.
One and 2 with 1 out. And that's a breaking ball way inside. And Phillips, a foul ball that came up and hit him before deflecting away.
Well, the steady drizzle that's been going on for about 5 minutes, if you're an infielder right now, Can't throw a wet ball hard. Kind of building up on the grass. So anything that skips along that grass, A, it's going to pick up some speed, and B, can't throw it hard.
2-2 the count with 1 out. Breaking ball comes back and freezes Brandon Phillips, who claims it was high. 2 outs.
You know, probably hit the top of pitch track, but I think Brandon Phillips had a beef, a legit beef. Good frame by Wilson Ramos to put it right in the middle of the strike zone after he caught it. Probably crosses right around his Reds logo. Felipe will take it.
Lefty-lefty now with Jay Bruce. And that's an off-speed pitch.
Fans are losing their minds right now. He's trying to hit everybody. First one, though, at somebody's head. That's scary.
That ball rocked into right field. Harper over to cover it. Joey Votto heading for third. And the Reds have runners at the corners with 2 outs. What a day for Jay Bruce. 3 for 4, a homer, 2 singles.
Yeah, this is a bolt off the bat of Jay Bruce. Beats the shift. Nothing Clint Robinson could do. He's playing no doubles, meaning he's not going to shuffle off the bag far. He's protecting the line, and that was just by him. You wonder how long Jay Bruce is going to remain a Red.
So that's it for Felipe Rivero with right-hander Adam Duvall coming in. A little deeper into the Nats bullpen as they try to keep this thing tied. Rushing onto the field. We're going to get the tarp covered here very quickly. Infield covered by the tarp very quickly. So we'll have 2 on, 2 out in the bottom of the 8th inning. So Sean Kelly hadn't even thrown a pitch yet as far as warming up on the mound when the crew chief, Jeff Nelson, said that's it. So another delay. This one's going to be a little longer, you think?
Yeah, these are the games you got to win if you want to win a division.
Nats have battled back to tie it on the Espinosa homer in the top of the 8th. We'll give you updates every 30 minutes. And for now, at the top of the hour, it's off to ESPN News. Base Joey Votto, who walked. Jay Bruce at first, who singled. Here's the first Kelly pitch to Duvall, and a swing and a miss on a slider.
A little slippage for Sean Kelly. He's going to go fix the mound. Tell you what, this is a huge part of the game. It doesn't feel like it because we're just starting back up, but you got bottom of the 8th, tie game, runners at first and third. And if you slip on a pitch and it goes to the screen, obviously not good.
1 hour and 4 minutes on the second delay. Duvall today, couple of strikeouts, around a walk. And he's facing Sean Kelly for the first time. This one out of play. Sean Kelly for the Nats, 23rd appearance, 150 ERA, 24 Ks, 4 walks, 18 innings.
Wilson Ramos, you got blocked this slider.
Runner goes off of first, and the Nats will give second base to Jay Bruce. Well, they're not going to give him a steal. Tony Cingrani, the lefty, 4 saves for the Reds, warming for the top of the 9th. 1-2 pitch. A high fly ball to left field, and the rain delays have come, and then the power has come for the Reds right after the game has resumed, and that makes it twice. Duvall with his 16th of the year. His RBI total shoots up to 35.
Well, just a hanging slider. I mean, I don't know if that was because Joey Votto was on third base and he was afraid of bouncing it with runners on second and third. But just a spinner into the upper deck.
2 of those runs charged to Felipe Rivero.
And just like that, 6-3 Reds.
Eugenio Suarez with a check swing and a foul. So the Reds have hit 3 homers today, the Nats 2. Suarez struck out 3 times today by Strasburg and Trinan. Swing and a miss, and the 8th inning is finally over. Took a long time to wait. Didn't take the Reds long to take command of the game. In the top of the 9th, it'll be Worth, Harper, and Murphy. And maybe the least known good power hitter in the National League is finally going to open up some eyes all around baseball. We didn't know much about him, know too much about him now, and now here's Tony Cingrani.
A two-pitch guy, fastball, slider, and you'll see lots of fastballs 82% of the time at 93 miles an hour. 27th appearance. Opponent's hit just .214 against the Reds closer, Tony Cingrani.
Well, baseball can be so strange. Ross Ohlendorf gave up the home run that tied the game by Danny Espinosa. Now he's the pitcher of record with the win if Cingrani holds on here for the Reds. Jason Worth on the day, 0 for 3, couple of strikeouts and a pop-up.
Well, you look at Cingrani's average walks per 9 inning, it's 6.56. So if you're the Nats right now, you got to get him in a strike zone down by 3. Make him throw strikes.
Jason Worth 0 for 2 career against him. Ball 1. Not close at all with the first 2. Strikeouts, 17 walks in 23 innings.
He's just aiming it right now. He's not letting it go. Just kind of feeling for that strike zone. Jason Worth might take 2 here. Token 3-0 strike. This one was down, I thought. Good frame. Same pitch as the last one.
Strike 2.
It's a good take. Fill it up. You're going to get a fastball. Look for a strike.
And a chopper to short. Zach Kozar. 1 out. Well, Johnny Holiday, Ray Knight, waiting a long time, just like we have. They're going to bring you the Nats Extra Postgame Show when this one's over, presented by W.B. Mason. Bryce Harper 0 for 3 against the lefty. 2 strikeouts, hit by a pitch. That was in the series here late May in 2015. Bryce 0 for 2 with a walk today.
Looks like he's taking a strike. A couple guys on for the Buffalo. I don't think Dusty Baker would hate that.
And 95 by Bryce Harper. Tomorrow it's Tanner Roark in the series finale. Nats Extra 12:30. By the way, the Mets won their game 6-4 at Miami. Nats have to turn things around or the lead will be down to 1 tomorrow. Harper taking and the count's 2-2.
He's taking all the way. On a 2-1 pitch, you don't see Bryce Harper do that very often. That was right down the middle.
3-2 to Bryce. Off the end of the bat into left, coming in as Duvall, and the Nats are down to their final out. Daniel Murphy 0 for 3. And the Reds have him 0 for 7 in this series so far. Again, Cingrani career 1 for 1 with an RBI. Crowd of 25,000, 365 was here. Maybe 1,000 diehards in the ballpark. Trying to be here for the last out. Murphy trying to stall that. One to the shortstop Cozart. Not a good throw, picked by Votto, and the game is over. Cincinnati has now beaten the Nationals 7 of the last 8 times these teams have met. They'll be looking for a sweep tomorrow. The Nats will be looking for a salvage operation behind Tanner Roark. More in a moment.